Oh shit, I'm on mute. Sorry about that. I realized that I muted myself, and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. I'll just start over quickly. Yeah, it's a my live stream. It is my virtual trading journal. I trade live, real time in Bookmap on a live futures account funded by me. It's full transparency and full accountability. I was just talking about the news and the reporting. I'm not sure how far through we got with that, but this is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it any way you want, time zone, whatever. And this is Financial Juice, which I'm not crazy about the format of the docket here, but I do like the fact that they add these non-typical revenue events in that as they appear or as they're scheduled through the day, because these can be obviously, can have a serious impact on the auction. A lot of crazy, or I should say, pretty surprising developments over the weekend. You can check it out for yourself. Next, let's look at the yeah, man, I'm not doing very good today. I'm sorry about that. About ready to start over. So, anyway. Quickly, Financial Juice, these events. I leave everything with all the ads and stuff because I want them to be accessible to anyone. So, sorry about that. Try to get up to speed here. I'm not doing very good this morning. Well, let's look at the pre-market. That's the important business at hand, is it not? So inventory is more than 100% short. There's our close. There we have it. Little bit of pullback. Was actually lower out of range for a bit. Now it's pulled back a little bit. What do I expect is going to happen here? Well, this I'm sure is based on the crazy developments that have come out over the weekend in terms of news and reporting and potential pretty surprising to me developments. I would imagine that, see, we got right down here. I would imagine typically that since overnight inventory is 100% short, that I would be looking for some sort of profit taking or responsive buying at the open. So we'll just have to see what goes on. Now this is investing.com, Investor RT. Jesus, I need to go back to bed. These are the micros, micro NQ, micro ES, micro ES, micro composite or higher time frame chart. And this is the market profile for just the ES, for the mini, not the micro. The high time frame here, let's look at that first. You see this little white nub over here? That's where we're currently trading, right below yesterday or Friday's close. They did finally get their all-time high. Isn't everybody excited? Irrational exuberance, to quote Alan Greenspan. So these are Rankos. Let me point out something that on all of my charts in IRT, you can see the instrument, the time periodicity, the type of chart and the session in the header of all of these. Now, I also plot the same setup for the minis, but since I'm trading the micros, I'm going to focus over here. The micro composite is the high time frame chart, as I said. It is basically a RTH session only. These are 1 day or daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them all, generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap. The POC, the high, the low, all that stuff I enter manually. Also, the session prices, complete session prices, are pushed to Bookmap. What's going on over here now today? What's volume? Let's look at that. Ooh, high volume for this time of day, so there's a lot of action going on. Be on guard. Be on alert. Okay, Bookmap. I'm assuming you're familiar with it. This is the heat map side. These are columns. This is the dome. Price ladder, order book, whatever you want to call it. These are prices, and this is resting liquidity or resting orders. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these various values. The naked volume point of control from Friday. RTH session hasn't been revisited yet. In an RTH, the POC, etc. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap from IRT. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through today at 1600. Then it resets and starts over. RTH volume profile, which will reset at 8:30, one way or the other. And this is my statistics and notes column, which is pretty important to me. We'll look at that in a minute. And these are the session prices pushed automatically to Bookmap from IRT. And I share these free and gladly with anybody that could use them. Let me know, and I'll hook you up with the link, and you can put them in your Bookmap or whichever platform you use. This is the heat map, and notice that there are no indicators, nor are there any complicated wizardry going on over here. I approach the market from a point of view of statistics, price action, probabilities. That's it. There's a POC for the full session and the volume profile. And the RTH. POC is nothing more than a marker at the price for which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right now, 4,611 contracts have traded at 66.75, 65.75. The minute one of these other price levels has one more contract, the POC moves there. There's a Globex and an RTH session VWAP, volume weighted average price, and there is a mid. The rest of these are straight up as their abbreviation would indicate. You know, the overnight low, overnight volume point of control, settlement, previous POC, the IB high and low, which is down here under developing value very low, are sometimes confusing because of the naming. Initial balance is an old market profile thing. Actually, this level is the high. These levels are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Nothing more complicated than that. So the statistics, the first thing I do every day is change the title of this column to the open type, statistics open type expected for the day. So what is that? Well, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close, which is way above us? It's lower than the close. And how does it compare to the previous RTH range? It's within range, so it's lower in range, the same as it was on Friday. So I don't have to change anything. Or I need to change it, I just do that and change the name, and there we go. I do this because when I look at a snap or the stream, I can tell a lot of data about the overnight just by looking at that title. Now we're going to put in new statistics for today, so I'm going to clear the notes, and we'll do that now. How do we determine the statistics? Well, in IRT, They come from this study. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, of course. Conveniently, for us today, it's the same as Friday. So it's this blue highlight. You'll notice how the text in some of these levels is blue and the others remain black. As these levels are revisited by price in the RTH session, or these statistics are achieved, IRT changes the highlighting from black to blue so that you know it's been revisited. Now, how does this whole system work? Easy as pie. As I said, just common sense and data, probabilities, statistics. The system looks back at the most recent 1,653 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range 485 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.7%. And where is the overnight mid hiding? Not around here somewhere. Let's check. I'm guessing right there. Yeah, there we go. 82. Whoa. 82 point something. 7. Yeah. There you go. And that's it. That's as tough as it gets. That needs to go up about 1 tick, I think. But let's, if you don't believe me, what's going on here? There's the overnight mid. So let's push this up there. There you go. Now the overnight volume point of control, next order of business, and that's 80.8. And then I'm just going to go down the list. The overnight volume point of control is 80.8. Ooh, there you are. Oh, great. The initial balance high, 69.9. That's important. I want to have that number. That's the low. Let's get up here and find the initial balance high. Okay, 69.9. And it's important to put the initials here because, remember the definition, the minute we open the RTH session, this level and this flag are going to jump to the top above price right here. So I'm not going to know, if I don't put the initials there, I'm going to wonder what the hell was that, what that statistic was for. POC mid, overnight low, 66.4. Overnight high, 51.8. And where in the hell did that go? That seems a little crazy. Ah, right there. No, that's the previous close. Wow. Well, the overnight high ought to be right here as near as I can tell. And I'm not seeing it anywhere. It's pretty weird. I'm going to say it's right there. Looks like it, doesn't it? And that is 51.8. Get to the bottom of that later. Overnight high. Figure out why that's not there from IRT. Previous close is 67.8, and we saw that right there. I can tell you something that's that's alarming to me about this big mess we got going on with the market today. We closed right on the point of control last night, or on Friday, in settlement, right around here, eh? Way above IB high, etc. And then the market did nothing. Typically, when they close on the highs, it means the auction hasn't been completed properly, or, and it will continue. And we did exactly everything but that. We did everything but that. Now I'm going to do a snap that I do every day. Just a brief diversion from the stream here. I make a post every day to the Traders Lab to kind of lend a bit of support to Tom B, who's the guy. I mean, not that he cares whether I support him or not, but I don't think. But anyway, it's the Traders Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, like I said, and he is reportedly a professional trader with about 46 years experience. And the thing I appreciated about the Traders Lab when I first bumped into it was that it's you're never solicited for anything. There's a good crew of more or less adult people. It's not like romper room, bells and whistles going off in there. And it can be it's a Discord site only. Tom doesn't call trades, nor does he trade live. And when he does a stream, which is from about 10:30 to 12, I think, every day, it's basically all rear view mirror. He'll start, starts at 10:30. He'll go back before the open and then describe or narrate how the market is unfolded. So if that's of interest to you, I don't recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord sites because I have certainly not visited them. So how could I possibly recommend it? And I don't really recommend any other site. So it's not necessarily a recommendation, but just, tip my hat out of respect. I make 2 posts in there every day, one at the news and reports at about 6 and this thing at about 8:20. Now, the reason for this long ago when I developed it was to give anybody that is interested and does not have the same kind of charting all of the numbers that they may feel important. That's all. No big deal. Pressing on with the pre-market, I suppose you would agree with me that it's pretty important to be able to trade. Mm-hmm. So the reason what I do there is in order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel with this button right here. You need to decide or determine a method, choose a method that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can actively trade with your mouse is the active data column. Choose DOM, it's just the 2 DOM columns, and then both is obviously both of them. Next thing I do, which is pretty important, I believe, is I activate multi-brackets. What the hell? Wait a minute. There we go. It's not saying it's live. Multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology and my brackets are applied to the market or set up in advance. So the smallest risk-neutral package you can have is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number of contracts. Stand by 1. So here we have the 2-lot. Now, next you need to input the stop loss or the stop for the entire package, and I do it all in ticks. In this case, I've selected 12 ticks for the entire package. Now, this should have been, you should have considered this and have this well worked out long before now. Market's open in 5 minutes. And, one of the first, and not one of, the most important thing you need to decide first is, or at least take into consideration, is your account risk parameters, right? If 12 ticks on a 2-lot of whatever instrument you've chosen is more than your account size, you better rethink that. Anyway, once these two values are established, to achieve the risk neutral thing, methodology, what you need to do is the first take profit target is then automatic, and it's for one contract, half of the size, for 12 ticks, the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's the runner. Now, I've been experimenting with some other stuff in the backtesting, and I'll talk about that in a little while. Here, for example, is a 4-lot. Once you've established this, close. Now, you've established that you're going to use both methods to interact. There's the contracts. I don't need any of this trade control panel, any of these trade control panel tools anymore. Oh, what the hell? So I have the metrics up here, right, as they are here. You can turn these off and on, by the way. And I know that it's the 2-lot package. So since I've chosen the method to interact, I can click this button again and it stays unlocked and it stays green. But we get the screen real estate back and we get a cancel and close all buttons. So we're ready to trade a 2-lot risk neutral package. Now I'm going to change that, which is a big deal based on my backtesting, but we're going to open in 3 minutes. So yeah, here we go. I've done a lot of backtesting over the weekends and during my homework periods every day, and I've come up with something pretty interesting that I'm going to move forward with. We're going to open in 2 minutes, pretty quick, and we'll see how the reset goes. A lot of pretty, I'm not sure what's going to happen with all of these crazy geopolitical things that are bouncing around out there right now. I wish I didn't have to think about any of that, but in the current situation, these things are have a real market moving potential or disrupting ability for the market, for the auction. So here we go. Micros. Right down here under the close. One minute till the open. Remember that my times on my charts and that I refer to are Central Standard Time, which is conveniently the same as the CME, which are the instruments that I trade. Chicago. Sweet home Chicago. What in the hell? Something's going goofy with the audio over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, okay. I don't know why that was doing that, but that looked pretty weird today. Okay. There we are. There's the open, and we didn't reset, so let's see if we can get the damn thing to do that. It doesn't want to. Well, I tell you, that is so flippin' frustrating. I don't know what's up with that, but there we go. All right, so hey, Panda, how are you, baby? Big sell-off all night. There's been nothing but crazy stuff all day. Looks like we're going to get a little responsive buying here, which was to be expected. I'm going to now adjust the times from full session to RTH. And the way you do that in IRT is pretty easy. So now this is Friday, and here's our open. These are RTH sessions only now. Wow, this is freaking irritating. And I want to emphasize irritating. Man, I've got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and a bunch of other stuff going on here, and this damn thing just seems to struggle and struggle and struggle, and I don't know. I'm over thinking about it. IRT doesn't seem to be doing very well anymore. Disappointingly. So let's get to our. The reason I do these is to keep the relationship between the session, some of the session price levels, consistent and as expected by those who would be using these levels. As I said, I push them live to anybody that's interested, wants them free, and a lot of people do. So, okay, there we go. Maybe. Look at these lag times. This is milliseconds over here. This is ridiculous. Hey, baby. Okay. Get the cat out of the way now. What I was talking about, resetting these these values. The developing value area high and low as related to the value area high and low is as follows. Developing represents the current auction. Value area high and low represent the previous auction. So to keep these things properly aligned, if you stop and think about it, the minute we opened, well, through the entire overnight, ETH, value area low represented last Friday's RTH session. And developing value area low was the overnight. Now, the minute we opened this RTH session, developing value area low suddenly represents today's RTH, and value area low would represent the just concluded ETH. So I changed the session to full session or to RTH session only, or day session, and then that keeps the relationship correct. And there's, you know, a number of folks that are interested in that. So it looks like we're getting a little responsive buying, huh? Wouldn't you take profit? I would. There's several big numbers coming out the next couple of days. We've got CPI and PPI. There's this big dust up with all the geopolitical craziness that's going on. Seems like it's all self-induced to me, but whatever. And we just have to take this week a day at a time, I think. So am I up to speed? I think so. I've got, I know what I didn't do yet. I didn't put Blue Boy on the job over here yet. Here's my world famous top secret indicator called a vertical line. And I put this on the first print of each session. Now you can see that there was the blue line or Blue Boy for the overnight. So here's our overnight session. Here we are for the RTH. If you want to look back and think I'm lying to you, there you go. Take your pick. So the way these work, the reason for this is early on, and for a long time, I used to use migrating volume POCs over here with a flag that looked like this right there, migrating VPOC. Okay. I would do that because I kept 5-minute spacing on the timeline, and I wanted to see where the POC had been. The lines, these yellow lines, are just a continuous marker of where this price moves through the day, through every session. And it's important, in my opinion, to have some sense as to where that has been and where it might be going. Therefore, the flag. But I got to thinking that doesn't do much good because there's no continuity here or sequencing here. I could have done something about that, I guess, by putting numbers on them or whatever else, but I didn't think about it at the time. So what I came up with was just keeping Blue Boy on the job, and it's nothing more than a visual cue for me. If I glance left and see Blue Boy, I know that this is the first print of the ETH session. Here's the first print of the current RTH session. I know that I have my full session in view for context. I know that this is the developing value area profile, or POC, I'm sorry. I know. And I don't do these anymore. Also, they kind of clutter up my statistics column, and it makes it easier for me to focus on what I'm doing. I probably forgot something, but you know, anyway. So once again, Bookmap, live funded trading account, funded by me. Trading the micro. IRT, the charting setup, and where I do the back testing and where I do some forward testing. And I'll talk about that a little bit. Okay, what the hell's going on now? Well, we're open. It's Monday, the 12th of January, 26th. We've got Blue Boy on the job, and we are extending that IB upside towards the close. Again, not a surprise. That's profit taking, right? You were short all night. Wouldn't you want to take profit going in, especially with a couple of big reports and potential wars and whatever else going on in the news? Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And we have a potentially huge event on Wednesday. I don't think it's been picked up by Financial Juicer or investing.com yet, but the Supreme Court keeps teasing about they keep setting these opinion days. Friday was one. They've set another one for Wednesday. The expectation is they're going to make a ruling on tariffs. So you can bet your butt there's a lot of back office politics and whatever else pressure going on about that. That's not, let me see if it is actually. So here we have don't see anything about it wouldn't be in investing.com because they only report normal, scheduled, traditional releases, etc. CPI, PMI. See if there's anything about the Supreme Court in here. Nope. It's not surprising. It's just, and maybe they'll change it again. You know, everybody was on pins and needles about it Friday, and they didn't do it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Well, it looks like our volume profile is a little bit screwy looking here. I would say be on high alert for any kind of random surprise. Make sure that you limit your exposure, or let me rephrase that, limit the amount of time you expose your account to market risk. Right now, there's crazy stuff being said all over the place and extemporaneously. So, like Friday, Trump tweeted on Trump Social, his, private, whatever you call that, social media, the non-farm payroll numbers in advance of the release. If I did that, that would be insider trading, front running, whatever. They wouldn't, I think, but that's maybe that's the new norm now. And when questioned about it, he said, "Well, they gave me numbers, and when they give me numbers, I post them." Wow. So that's we're in a real unique time right now in this country. I'm in the US, by the way. So yeah, I really don't know what to say or think, actually. I hope nobody tells him when we're going to attack somebody, because I guess he'd tweet that too. Beat the hell out of men. It's not funny, but it kind of is, I guess. Wow, you know. Oof. And the motivation for that is clear and so thinly veiled. It's like, well, you know, okay, so follow me on Truth Social and you'll get all this stuff in advance. I mean, that's the implied meaning or methodology there, which is his, you know, thing he gets money from, I think. I suppose that's it. Crazy. Need to think long and hard about how I'm going to make these, apply these changes to my system from the homework and backtesting work that I did over the weekend and I continue to do every day. I actually do vet setups and trades and only take or trade vetted setups and trades, as opposed to giving it a lot of lip service and then maybe not really doing it. And I share those things and those statistics. So again, transparency and accountability. I think it's really important. What kind of delay we got going on into YouTube here? Okay, 54. Oh, wow. Less than a second. That's pretty cool. That's great. Super. So that's really quick. Maybe 1 or 2 second delay. On the chat, anyway. I'm assuming I don't monitor the voice because I get tired of standing here for months on end with a headset on. So we tagged out the previous RTH IB high. See the reason for slapping that flag over there? And we're looking at close and settle up here. And the overnight low, which is also another, not sure why in the hell those aren't showing up. That's disturbing. No, that's right. That's right. Maybe I need to refresh my data here and then I'll get something going. I don't know. Am I missing overnight high and just it's there and I'm just blind or what? There's a previous value area high, or I mean previous RTH high, which is also a, that's a pretty valid, typically it's the statistics, you know, after you've watched these for a while. Previous high is 42.0. Typically the way these work is it's usually the IB or the overnight volume point of control and or the overnight mid. They kind of flop back and forth. It used to always be the overnight volume point or mid POC and then the mid. They sort of seem to change now. And then the overnight high and overnight low and previous high and previous low. That's kind of, you know, they're looking for the extremes, looking for those levels. Not so much the case anymore. Previous low. $53.1. Why am I bothering with this? Because this is a permanent record in the stream, with the stream, because of the stream, you know, however you think about it. These levels, you know, previous RTH high is from Friday, so I can put that there and there's no fudging about it. It is what it is. I know I want to have them accurate because best I can. And there's developing value area low and high and all those kind of things, but I don't spend a lot of, for example, previous value area low is 67.1%. Well, there it is. That was in there from Friday, but you know, we've already tagged it out, so it's kind of meaningless at the moment, but there you are. And what's value area previous? No. 57.8. Yeah. Come on, Alice. Get up there and do that, right? That's good enough. I'm pretty puzzled about that overnight high. That's pretty weird. Weird, very weird. Let's see what we got for levels here. Previous. I'll use my static thing here. I mean my where did I go? Does this need to be tweaked a bit? $69.5. And remember that these are ES, micro, and the NQ. We should add another one there. I guess add the micro NQ down there for those who don't trade that or who do follow that. 69.50, 69.49. Really? Oh, that's the low. Where's the high? 77,005. So it says it's right up in here and not here. But this is volume, so I don't know. Oh well. Case raw. Well, the first 30-minute bracket is in the bag. I guess you know what that means. Market profile isms. The market profile is just 30-minute time brackets. It's if you expand one of these, any one of these profiles, and you don't have a market profile, just open yourself up a 30-minute RTH chart. There you go. Candlestick, bar, whatever. That's the same exact thing. You don't need to be all freaked out that you don't have market profile. Now we have a migrating VPOC, and followed now by the full session or Globex VPOC. I don't exactly know what's going on here. I see one thing on one group of numbers on OBS, and then seems to be some different stuff on the stream itself, which I monitor on an one of the. I have a. Yeah, I monitor it on another machine every day, just to make sure it's ticking over. I don't listen to it, but I can put on my headset and hear the audio. Here's that world famous VPOC migration. Boy, it's worked out like spades today, hasn't it? Look at there. Boom, 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 boom. What about the boom, boom? Maybe too many booms, huh? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we are in the first 30 minutes is in the bag. Now, the trades that I have vetted and which I am focused on at this time, and I mean that very, very definitely, that I have vetted, as opposed to just giving that lip service. It's a lot of work, but I believe it's the way to go. So I think it's important to start by talking about how I why I'm doing that and how I approach trading here, and in the context of the stream and going forward. I believe that trading, I'm sure that trading is a business of statistics and probabilities in a essentially random market. Think of the millions of participants out there that are all expressing an opinion one way or another about the market. Imagine that, you could get a consensus that they would be predictable and all act in one direction. Pretty tough. So, and let me also say that these thoughts are not my original. They are thoughts that made sense to me, which I have come to understand, or they reflect the methodology of the most successful traders and hedge funds people in the world. Jim Simmons, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, pick one, Mark Douglas, anybody like that you want to read will all get around at some point in the conversation to describing that the market, you need to approach the market from a point of view of probabilities and determine a market event, which happens frequently, and specific rules that qualify that. And then you capture, or a statistically significant data set of that setup and determine the probability or the edge or the expectancy of that setup. And then you rely on the law of large numbers in the live market to take every opportunity of that setup that presents. And it's also the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So you take no trade, or they play no game that they have not pre-identified a statistic, an expectancy, a positive expectancy. And then on the casino floor, it's why those guys are never emotional. They don't give a damn whether you win or lose, or they win or it wins or loses. All they're there for is to play the game as many times as they can in 24 hours. The law of large numbers, occurrences, however you want to look at it. So that's the way I'm approaching this. And the first trades that I have vetted, in other words, I have determined the rules and backtested a statistically significant data set are the initial balance trades. Now, remember the definition of the initial balance. Statistic is the initial balance, or mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So there's nothing to do until 9:30. There is no statistic, so there can be no trade. And that's where I'm at. Well, they took it all the way back to the close. Look at there, huh? Within a tick. That's some responsive buying. By golly. Now, the next thing that's probably important to point out or to make clear is the initial balance statistic and the fact that it is the first rule or objective in my trade plan. And it's important, I think, to point out that I only have 3 rules in the trading system, because the more straightforward and less complicated it can be, it's a psychological, it's a scientifically proven fact that you put 5 to 10 criteria and the human brain just goes flat and defaults to the simplest one usually. So that's the reason I try to just focus on the 3 criteria. And, I'm not very imaginative, so I call them A, B, and trigger. There you go. All right, the statistic, the initial balance statistic, which again is not a thing until 9:30, comes from the statistic study. Notice that the most probable statistic in all open types, going back 1,654 days, and you can add a lot of days to this if you want to, is the initial balance high or low. That is the initial balance statistic. And all this says there's a 97.8.6, the lowest 97.6, and today's occurrence is 98.4% probability. That means there's a 1.6 probability that we will not achieve this statistic today. There's a 98.4% probability that at some point today between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, price will revisit the initial balance high or low. That's the stat. Been around since Christ was a carpenter. It's an old market profile thing. Okay, so that's my first rule. This is the backtest system that I've derived and worked up for. There's only 4 trade possibilities, and there are only 2 of each around the IB high and 2 around the IB low. That's it. IB continuation, IB failure. IB continuation, IB failure. That's it. So the way this would work, and these are the rules used for backtesting and these flags in the intraday to backtest the system. Now, this group of rules here is a set of flags and things to visually mark, hopefully, my goal, that these rules are happening when and where I think they should. This chart has nothing to do with the trading system. That's here. However, forward testing now, I've pushed these rules to the chart. So this system is validating and will trade today's live market. So because it's still in a testing environment, any trades taken or plotted over here today will be in the IRT simulated environment, because I don't want this thing trading real money until I'm confident that everything is the way I want it to work. So what I do is when I see a trade triggered on this side, on the IRT side, I manually replicate that trade over here in Bookmap, so I have full control over that. Okay, so what's going to happen now then is notice that the pullback zones and the continuation zones aren't here, or the trigger zones aren't here. It's because it's not 9:30 yet. Once it's 9:30, these levels and lines will start to plot over here, and they will be pushed across the Bookmap so that I can follow along on that side. I'm not approaching this from a point of view of wanting to build an algorithmic trading setup. I mean, I guess that would be nice to have an ATM in the basement, but that's not my short-term goal. It is to backtest, accurately vet trade, whether do I have a positive expectancy on this particular setup with these particular rules or not. So that's where it's at. That's what I'm doing. I hope that's clear. Live money, my live AMP funded account, my cash, not a prop thing or any of that. And over here, now let me also point out that both IRT and Bookmap are powered by rhythmic data from my live AMP account. The only difference is that I have selected the simulated account here rather than the live account to contain any trades that the system will take within IRT. I don't want them, spilling over and blowing up the account, because remember my pre-market stuff, your prime responsibility as a trader is to preserve your account and then to grow it or, compound it. So would it make any sense for me to just think I was going to whip and spur and gamble and maybe this thing will work, maybe it won't on a live account? I think that'd be the dumbest thing I'd ever do. It's not gambling. It's not, an adrenaline rush. It's none of that stuff. It's also important to point out, which I don't think I have in the pre-market yet, or will do now. This is my virtual trading journal. All of the data that's, in video, all the data and the charting and everything is captured on the video. The only way that I get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording and into the stream is my voiceover here. So most of the time I'm talking to myself. And it's real important to understand that this is absolutely not a my way or the highway thing. This is the way I'm approaching trading at this day, the 12th of January, 2026. I'm not saying it's the only way. I'm not saying it's the best way. I'm saying it's what I'm doing now. And if you've got a better way, different way, put it in the chat. Let's start a conversation about it. That'd be great. So there you are. What happened over the weekend that kind of surprised me was I did some extensive backtesting, and I'm compiling that data into some sort of a sheet, Excel, Google thing, which makes sense to me so that I can compare stuff. And kind of surprising. I am going to need to rethink my basic trade setup. I have it built into the system, so it'll be tested and traded today. And I will, I'm thinking about how exactly to implement it in Bookmap, frankly. What I'm talking about is, yeah, no problem. Plenty of time. Now, this has been filtered down, but each one of these rows is a complete backtest. 21 days is December. Typically, I backtest 500 days, turns out to be 495. So each one of these is a complete backtest based with these parameters. 495 days, 1,108 trades, 750 wins, $35 average win, 210 losses, average loss 15, 148 scratches, 74.37% win rate, 25.63 loss rate, expectancy 17.8, R factor 1.14, risk reward 2.5, profit factor 375, trades per day 2.25. And here's something this is one of the metrics I look at pretty consistently. 37 consecutive winners in a row, 9 consecutive losers in a row. Long, short, and what was the profit over those? What was the net profit? That's gross profit, but if you go over here a little bit, you'll see that I pull out commissions and do net profit, but this is close enough. over these trades. Now, this is what you'll notice the difference of here is the stop T1, T2. All of these have a trail trigger of 12 ticks and trail to break even, or entry, I'm sorry. In other words, trail to zero. And this is the difference, or the major changes are in T1 and T2. And there's the results. So over 500 trades, 500 days and 1,166 trades, most recent 500 days, a 12-tick stop, 36 and 36. In other words, basically all in, all out, with a scale to break even at 12 ticks, produces a reasonably, respectable consecutive winners, losers. Win rate and loss rate are kind of meaningless. Expectancy is the most important thing, and it's the highest profit producer. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm going to do and how I'm going to implement those things in Bookmap. I hope that's interesting. Or not. Now in Bookmap, I've set up, as in the pre-market, we went through the risk management multi-brackets. So what I would need to do here is change these to, in the case of the most profitable, 36 ticks, stop loss of 12. Now, how do I get that trail to happen? Manually, I could do it. There's also a tool that they have called the Execution Pro, and you can set that up to have, to have a trail to break even, so many ticks to so many where, and you can also set it up to trail if you wanted to. I have not used this tool much, and I want to keep reiterating that this is a live, real funded account funded by me. So I'm not prone to want to experiment and maybe this or maybe that with my money. I can't afford that luxury. So at this moment, what I will do is I will trail up. Once we achieve 12 ticks, I will manually bring the stop to entry. And in my homework period, after the market is closed in the evening, ETH is open, but, okay, call me a liar. I'll replay today's, like this evening, I will replay today's RTH session, and you can use this tool in the simulated. You have to use the simulated multi-brackets. I don't want that. Simulated multi-brackets, because it's a simulated environment. And you can use the Execution Pro, so I'll experiment with how to set that up. Last time I tried it, that worked in the replay, so we'll see. That's where it's at. Now we're going to have the initial balance set in about 4.5 minutes. And let me just say that it's real. I think it's really important not to try and trade in anticipation of the statistic. And I realize how tempting that can be. Well, we're above the VWAPs, we're above the mid, we're above the POC, here's the IB high, boy, we're going to get up here. Yeah, we might, very definitely. If you get long and get up there, great for you. But also very good possibility that we'll test up here and just come flopping down over here someplace. It's not a statistic until 9:30. My experience and my data from previous years is that doesn't pay out. So, just a warning. or, word of advice, whatever. Also, I used to have a really, here you see what's happening right now. I used to have a really hard-coded rule in my trade plan about range requirement. And that was something that that's, you might want to think about. What that said was, even though I had all things, all the boxes ticked for an entry, if I didn't have a unobstructed path to my first risk neutral scale, that invalidated the entry. So here's 68, half, 73, just barely makes it. But here we have the developing value area high. That's an obstacle in the path. So that would not be a qualified entry. And also, of course, there's the famous don't diddle in the middle, and I would never do that. This is exactly what that is. There's a POC, and why in the world? Think about the definition of the POC. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Trade up, they trade down, they trade up, they trade down, they trade up, they trade down, around there. Why in the Christ world would you want to put a trade on there? Talk about a coin flip. Not a good probability, I don't think. Will we, at 9:30, will price go zooming up through the IB? Very likely. Sure, could be. Could also drop down here to the POC or the mid. I don't mean POC. Come down here to the mid or the VWAP too. Could do either one. Yeah, especially today when, like I said, there's been a real bunch of random craziness going on in, reports and news. And, yeah. So, am I rich yet? What's going on here? Okay. Well, there we go. Bam. The initial balance is a thing at this point. So, watch over here. Pretty quick, you're going to see the pullback and continuation zones push across from IRT to bookmap. And are we going to get the stat? Very likely. I'm going to change this. I don't like to typically have these targets and stops lines on here because they extend forever. I haven't figured out how to get that to not do that. But I want to see that the trailing business is working as expected, so I'll shut those back off. Now you see that the zones and trigger levels have all started to show. And here they are, the labels. And let's look over here. And well, looky over there. And that's something. Remember, these are just levels or lines, whatever you want to put it, that I arbitrarily, came up with around this trading system. One thing I have noticed, surprisingly, over the past week, how frequently these lines could be interpreted by somebody who was, who wanted to do that as some magical support and resistance thing. And look at how many times that level's been tested right there. Ooh, and we're going to go down. Well, and then it once it came through here, it tested this trigger zone, and now it's down here. I think this is real convincing evidence is just how much the Fibonacci and various trend lines and all that stuff are just a manifestation of conformational bias, which is a thing humans really have an ability to do. And once again, absolutely, I know this is just an arbitrary line because I figured them out. I just decided that this is what I was going to do to start as a place to start testing the system, and that's what I've done. Doesn't come from anything, no book, the Bible, Quran, nothing. Just what did I do? Well, let's go. Here's the IB, so let's go 3 points and 5 points. Then we'll call that the zone. Boom. That's it. And remember when I said don't trade to the statistics? Well, if you did, you're stopped out now and kind of disappointed about life. A little more discussion along the lines of that. My thinking about approaching trading as a business of probabilities and statistics in a random environment. The outcome of the next trade, it is a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. I mean, the market only goes up and down, period. It doesn't go horizontal, the horizontal movement is what we put on it in terms of time to give ourselves some sort of a warm and fuzzy feeling, I guess. So that further reinforces my understanding. Like I said at the beginning of that discussion, it's not some epiphany I had. This is the most successful people, in trading. Hedge funds, Jim Simmons, so it makes sense to me to go with the flow, follow the most successful. Everybody's always talking about, follow the whales and all that kind of stuff. Well, there you go. And if you don't believe me, read or listen, go to YouTube, listen to anybody that says anything about that stuff. And if you listen long enough, you're going to get around to the part to, yes, it's the amount of occurrences you take or statistic, based on statistics, the probabilities, the law of large numbers, Tom Sosnoff. It's the occurrences, trade small, trade often, that all that stuff. And then there's the casino idea. I mean, Jesus, does anybody argue with the fact that they are extremely profitable? I only can think of one casino that I know of that's gone bankrupt. Well, so we're plotting out. Here's our IB, trigger zone, continuation, pullback. Same story about the IB low. There's only two trades, one around the and one continuation on the high, pull back on the low. On the high, and vice versa. Pull back on the low and continuation on the low. The reason I started vetting the initial balance trades is because I would have two vetted setups, one for each typical market environment, rotational or directional. That was the idea. And boy, oh boy, is this working out good, huh? Aren't you glad you went long? Jesus. I can promise you that there's a whole bunch of traders that did that. Retail guys, mostly. Need to give a good think to the best way to approach this on the trading side of life here in the in the trading system. Right now I've got it set up for 36.36. Maybe I need to start back to the original or the lowest common denominator, which would be right here. This is 12.48. That's basically the exact setup as the risk neutral system, with the addition of the trail to break entry. So when the first stop or the first target would be hit, it would immediately trail to break even or to entry. This is for as I said, December, and then this is the same exact setup for 500-day look back. I don't know. Maybe I need to change that. And the way I do that stuff is using the this is a long story how this all evolved. These are various ways I can set this up. So there's T1 or stop, T1, T2, trail amount. So if I want to change this to 12 and 48 with a trigger to 0, which maybe would be the thing I ought to do, I could easily do that. My thinking originally on running those statistics was in the case of the just thinking out loud here. Okay, this is the exact risk neutral package is set up. The only difference being there's the scale at 12 ticks. Besides number T1 being achieved, it trails to break even. So what that would mean then is that you have one profit target achieved, and you can't get less than that, right? So it's break even in with a different methodology. The difference here, of course, is that, 24, 12, 24, 24, 24. And then when I saw these starting to increase, these are filtered down to this data. I've got, this is 100 and, 100 and some back tests. What do I want to do here? What would be the most systematic approach? I try to do the back testing systematically too, 12, 48, 12, 24, 12, 36, whatever. That's all apparent in the other, in the full tables. Gotta think about that. Do I want to, this way my bracket would be all the same. The only thing I need to do is pull the stop to entry on T1. Everything else would remain the same. I think that's the best approach. I think that's the most sensible approach. So what I need to do now is go 12, 48. See what I'm doing? Oop. Okay. Now, something that you need to do with IRT that's really important if you use this. And by the way, if you have IRT and you want to have these charts, this trading system, I am 100% transparent and happy to share this stuff with anybody. No problem. You've got to modify and save. There you go. Now, so this is exactly the same. The only difference I would have then on the usual, typical, normal risk neutral trade setup is to bring when I achieve T1, trail to break even. Bring the stop up to break even. So that's easily accomplished. But it's now official and it's in the record, so I'll actually even put a timestamp in there. What do I want to call that? There we go. All right, now it's in the timestamp, so it is an official part of the record. Look at all the number of times these poor suckers have been smacked on. It's and anybody that's trying to trade this. Now, let me re-say this whole thing again. If you have a vetted trade that is VWAP to VPOC, for example, which is a vetted trade that I know people take. Also, you're kind of looking at a, price check at aisle 3 down here. If you have vetted that trade and you have statistics for it, good for you. It's an outside in, right? It's a mean reversion trade. It's only 5 handles. 4 handles. Is that a reasonable, enough meat on the bone to justify putting your account at market risk? That's up to you. That's something you've got to determine during your homework, study, backtest stuff, in my opinion. Remember, I'm just talking to myself, and this is my thinking. I would be really happy to hear anybody else's opinion. You know, yeah, it sounds good. I think you're out of your mind, whatever, you know. I'm on my back foot here and very cautious today because of all the really random stuff that's happening geopolitically, especially here in America, where the market just unfortunately happens to be. Okay. Let me also point out something that's pretty that I like a lot about only trading vetted setups. There is no part of trading that's hurry, scurry, and blurry, you know. There's no adrenaline rush involved. I know where my potential trade will be. I know what parameters need to happen and in what sequence to validate the entry. And I just am sitting, you know, it's like stocking stock and pray or whatever else. I'm stalking the trade. I know, okay, if I get an IB statistic, well, then I see if I get a pullback or a continuation. Does that fit in the context of the day, in my opinion? If so, and I get a trigger, I enter the trade. It's, I think it's a much more sensible and, you know, for me, it makes sense. But I am approaching this, and this is my business. So this is not, I mean, there's a whole lot of people that just really enjoy going to a casino town and gambling, and that's perfectly great. I mean, good for them. I'm not one of those people, and this is my business, so that's the difference. Now, I will say that this is a real classic short covering profile, big time. A P-shaped profile like this is short liquidation or short covering, buying, kind of filling in this goofy profile from Friday. Boy, did we ever take that responsive buying. Wasn't that a hit? Right straight back to the entry, to the close. Not that it's any kind of my idea or my thinking has nothing to do with predicting anything. I think you should only anticipate, I'm anticipating that I get an IB statistic and then I'll get one of the other two signals and then I'll get the trigger. I anticipate that. And I'm anticipating that it's going to be around the IB high, just looking at price. But you should just absolutely trade what you see. That's, I believe, really important. I'll get up here and see something now. Wow, Alphabet hits 4 trillion market cap. Apple picks Google to, Apple picks Google to fund its, or to power the Siri. The broad weakening of governance standards in the U.S. increases the risk of policy missteps. I don't know who did that, but that doesn't sound very good, even if you read it fast, right? And there we go. By the way, while I was busy looking around reading the news, we have the IB statistic has been achieved over here, which is right there. Now, the IB statistic in terms of the the typical well understood statistic has been achieved right here, but that's not necessarily required by me in the way my system, and I'll point that out right now. Do you see here how the statistic was made on this down bar that doesn't show or indicate or qualify as the A statistic, the A signal, because the rules say I want price trading up into the statistic, into the IB. Had this closed above the low, above the open, this would be an A signal on both sides, but it did not do so. So there you have it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it too, by golly. God, oh, that's not what I wanted to have happen there. The hell's going on? Oh, I'm doing buttons here that keyboard stuff I don't know about. Now, if this pierces the initial balance high and continues up, that will constitute an A signal. There we go. See that? So far, the first signal is in place, represented up here and here. I don't know why those changed. That'll go away in a minute. There we go. Now, we're trading up toward the continuation zone up here. This would be a B signal. I know. Pretty non-creative. All right. So what's happening over here? Well, here we go. There's our A. Now if we get up here to the B, back to the trigger, Bob's your uncle. Up we go. And there will be a long put on. Oh, wow. Oh, this is why Billy is a fat boy. Don't forget it can go an A the other direction too. And that's where I always run into a problem when I would be trading what, in my opinion, would be a counter trend trade. I'm trying to come up with a good logical statistics filter, you know, so that I don't get in those situations. But we'll see what happens here. Oh boy. Well, in anticipation of a signal here, do a quick checklist. We've got both of them. We've got the right signal. I'm not going to attempt, as I said earlier in the pre-market, using the Execution Pro for the trail. I'll do that manually, assuming that that becomes a thing. Well, there we go. Now, if we get a trigger down here, this will signal along. Not my... It's in the direction of context, which for me is a good thing. But I'm not much of a... I've never been much of a breakout guy. So, but I follow the system, so there you go. Looks like they're having a slow grind to get there, though, doesn't it? And this is a thing I question every day. Here's the trigger zone. I wish I had a better understanding about that. And we didn't get there yet. So how close was that, huh? Pretty darn close. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, you know, so it's not a trade. It's not a signal. There's nothing to do. Let me say that at this point, it's probably a pretty good idea to talk about your monkey mind, or, you know, hide, or trader psychology, or whatever you want to think about it. But you know, our monkey mind, these neural pathways that have been developed in you know, that we've inherited down through the years, and I mean thousands of years, I guess, in development. They served us well at one point to keep the species going and hand down traits and, you know, genetics and stuff. But within trading, that's the manifest. In trading, they come out as negatives, manifestations like FOMO, desire to be right. Some traders refuse to admit they're wrong and take a stop. You know, it's just there's a lot of real negative stuff, in my opinion, about it all. And I mean, I know everybody that ever listens to the stream or whatever has heard this a zillion times, but it's the truth. These things are real, and they are the biggest reason most traders, you know, don't succeed. My opinion is you're never, ever going to eliminate them because they're part of your DNA. So my approach to it is to be vigilant and recognize a minute that those kind of, you know, adrenaline or monkey boy starts playing around the room here or whatever else, and don't act on them. These guys that I can't overtrade. How can I stop overtrading, Boomer? Well, stop clicking the frickin' mouse, you know? It's like the first way to get out of a hole is put down the shovel, you know, stop digging and put down the shovel. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you say it like that, but on the other hand, boy, look at there, one tick from the trigger and up we go. That's where FOMO can come. Or are you chasing it? Are you trying to get in? You know? Nope. Not at all. Bummer. That would have been nice to be on that one, huh? One of the common sense filters that I'm trying to figure out here. Is there some place where I discount the potential setups because of price action? You know, how, in other words, the trigger down here, if we'd have made one more tick down, lower, this would have been along. How lovely. But it did not, and it's traded way up here now. What happens if it comes back down and takes that trigger? Is that discounted then? Should that be considered a signal? The only way I know to do this stuff is, you know, with any kind of rhyme or reason. Again, I know I sound like a stuck record, but it's the truth. Away from the live data, away from the live market, I determine how that filter would be done programmatically with a computer. I add the filter or I change the rule, whatever, however I go about doing that. You know, before you change the rule, you run a back test if I have not already, and you have the data. That's the base data. Then you change the rule and you run the back test. Is it better or worse? That's the only way I know to do it. And you have to do it over a statistically significant data set. Not 10 trades, you know, because that's obviously within the possibility of random distribution. Imagine the phenomenal amount of traders that just can't stand to not be getting on that. First of all, there's a whole buttload of them that pick the top. It's pretty straightforward, but I don't want to do it without testing it first, unfortunately. And it'd be really great to be a good programmer and be able to just whip this stuff out. I use IRT because I tried going down the Python route, and I was able to get the basic risk management stuff coded up and all that, but where I was struggling was on the entry signals, because that was before I had gotten to this fixed methodology of ABC. So I might try to get back there at one time, but right now I'm perfectly content with the trading system setup and the backtesting capabilities of IRT. So I'm going to stick with that. You know, I'm kind of one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. And this is all just conjecture, right? I'm just trying to think ahead of the game. What will I do if it gets down to the trigger and the system takes a trade? That's, you know. Lower highs and lower lows heading back down to the triggers doesn't make me all warm and fuzzy. I'm just itching to try setting up that, that whatever that pro thing is to deal with the, with the break even. One of the reasons I think it's really important to, if you're going to approach backtesting in a meaningful way, it's important to understand that when you're capturing occurrences for the backtest, all parameters have to be exactly the same. It can't be, well, okay, this is pretty close. That's one tick. I'm going to go along there. No, absolutely not. Then it's not statistically significant. It cannot be in the same data set. That's the thing that I find so appealing about the backtest engine in IRT. These rules, they can be as specific and finicky and, as you want them to be. But when you backtest it, the computer will exercise and evaluate every one of these rules across every 1 minute bar. That's that. It's like pregnant, you either are or you aren't. There is absolutely no discretion or, well, that's close enough or any of that stuff. To backtest, you can trade it any way you want, but in order to get statistical data that's meaningful, that you've got to approach it like that. In my opinion. Oh, yeah. Have a 3-bar reversal setting up over here. Is that it? Or a double top, or a take your pick. Or take your pick. Well, they're building this upper fractal out and they forgot all about me. Hey, what about me? These are the places in the price action that gets so many people. I mean, maybe some get lucky, but this is nothing I have. I don't trade breakouts per se. And I will trade my setup, my vetted setup, assuming it presents itself. And if it does not, I'll stand here all day and I won't trade. That's trading as a business. Whoa, look at this double top, baby. Tweezer top, I think they call that, if I remember right. Oh, yeah. Yep. I'm going to need to call the feds here for too long. Well, isn't that disappointing? Yeah, it is. When the train left the station, it had two lights on behind. It'd be nice of them to come back down there and tap into the trigger zone and give me an opportunity to go for this ride, wouldn't it? Don't you think that at least a little respect there? All the respect, though. Well, I'm going to see if I can get through to this bit of Raleigh's here while I'm standing here watching the market drive off without me. That's kind of a bummer. Oop. Well, it looks like the train has definitely left the station. The volume's dropped off, and so has the ATR, which is not a good thing for me. That's why all this random stuff's going on here. They're slapping it all over the place. Boom, 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 boom. Not good. In my opinion. All right, so here we are. RTH2. Not crazy about the middle of the, that 12-to-1 deal. I'm going to be on an unavoidable call here, so I'll leave the bookmap up and the stream on. Well, still on hold here. That's so much fun. They break under, they break under, wow, my voice, sorry about that. They break under this fractal right here, this little consolidation. And they get down into here. That's going to be pretty interesting stuff. My workflow on these levels, when they've been revisited, I just change the text to black. And then I know they're stale and I can take them off at some point. Usually the weekend. Excuse me. I was just standing here thinking, now, how could I automate this like I have it on my system, on the trading system in IRT? Well, could actually do that. I could put a resting order at the IB and fire up this, do one of two things. It's because it's a bracket order, it would, if it achieves T1, it will be risk neutral scale. See where it goes. And if, and or I could, with the stop remaining at the 12 ticks minus, or I could activate that whatever it's called, pro thing, so that when T1 is achieved, it would also trail the stop to break even or entry. And then go for a walk, go to bed. Yeah. Flights of fancy. Flights of fancy. In case you're new, this is my system. Initial balance trades, of which there are two. Continuation or failure associated with each of the two initial balance levels, high and low. Simple as that. Plain as the nose on your face here. I'm intent on being completely transparent and accountable. There are the levels. There are the prices on those levels. If you want to figure it all out, it's real simple. This is the initial balance high. 3 points, 5 points. Initial balance high, 3 points, 5 points. Trigger zone, 1 point, 1 point. That's it. That's as complicated as it gets right there. There are a couple of rules that have a little bit of nuance to them. A perfect example here. Man, my voice, I don't know what. Okay, right here we had the initial balance statistic taken as far as the basic statistic. But for my system, it's not, because the bar close was not above the open. Aha. Open, close, penetrate the IB. Now that's an A. That's now the signal. The B, penetrate the open, penetrate the zone, and stay within it. Don't go through it and out the other side. That's the B. It's real simple. Pull back to the trigger zone. Bob's your uncle. I'm not quite cavalier enough to put resting orders and take off in my live funded account, which is what Bookmap here is. I hate this time of day because typically, I don't know whether it's typically or not, I have no statistics to back this up. My feeling is, and I suppose it's because I heard this somewhere, that a 12 to 1 period of time oftentimes is a reversal. You know, they've shot all the bullets. They've traded hell out of things up here, and now they need to get their inventory adjusted and reload. Also, there's the 12 to 1 statistic, which is another thing altogether. But I don't like it when price has been trading up in an area around highs and then suddenly comes back down to the trigger zone. just going into 12 o'clock, you know, into the midday thing. I don't like that. And I'm sure that's just urban legend or whatever, you know, but the point of this stream is for me to articulate what I'm thinking at the moment so that it's part and parcel of the stream and the recording. Remember, if we'd had one more tick over here, well, all this would have been. My voice seems to have gone. Maybe it's taken a nap. If we'd had one more tick here, we'd have been long all this time. And right now we're just trading outside in around this upper distribution. And remember that this is settle and close, and a lot of people had an opinion right here. A lot of high time frame guys had an opinion right here. And not one of them asked me what my opinion was. I'm sort of, you know, kind of butthurt about all that. Be so cool to be able to. I may have to make a video about this one of these days. How important these lines are. Look at those. Support, resistance becomes support. Amazing, huh? It's just crap. I just made those lines up for zones on to test this trading system, which is I continue to use and backtest, but they're no more. They're just arbitrary lines that I chose based on some conversation about. Well, how many points do you think it ought to be? Oh, I don't know. Let's make it 3 to 5. Okay, let's see that. It's incredible. Moon cycles lines. Those are moon cycle levels, baby. Or Primus zones or something. Something funny. I don't know. Crazy. Oh, they don't seem to be too excited to give me an opportunity here, huh? And that is exactly the way the cookie crumbles. Well, I'd say the chances of me catching something today are slim and none. This is exactly why you need to have, a trader needs to have several different vetted trades in their arsenal, right? I have basically 4 or 2, depending on which IB initial balance you're on. So I've got to now accept the fact that those are vetted and move on to the next one. Well, let's see. Here we are in the world famous power hour. One more hour to go in this cash session and the stream. So this has been a real non-event for me, but what a day, huh? Big sell-off and then all-time highs. Go figure. I'm not sure what the market is thinking, actually. We have Trump stuff going on now at the bottom of the hour. And then top of the hour, a meeting to do with something. And this is not going to affect me at all, but I would say use extreme caution if you're trying to be in a trade down there. My end of day rules kick in at 2:30, so flat no matter what. All right. Well, it's pretty. Today's tail is pretty clear. Just an opening drive and never look back. Started out thinking it was just responsive selling right up here, buying right up here, because there's the overnight close, or yesterday's close, Friday's close, sorry, and we sold all the way down to here. So one would expect that would be responsive buying to take profit, but then it just continued on, so maybe not. The system that I've back tested and that I am trading live and mechanically here into the sim and IRT is the following. And you can see I had two signals here and missed by a tick for the trigger. Otherwise it would have been in long, and what a pleasure. I'm expecting a text in advance of a call back from the government, so I have to keep an eye on that phone. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, let's talk. I've already gone over my position as far as trading as a business in the earlier parts of the stream, and between around 9 o'clock. And these initial balance statistics. So I'll just run through them. We'll go through them quickly, and then I'll talk about the back testing. So the back testing is done via this trading system definition tool in IRT. This is Investor RT, and this chart doesn't have anything to do with these rules of the system. It can be here, it cannot be here, but during the day in the live market, I send these signals and this trading action to this chart so that I can, keep up and verify visually what's going on. And in the code over here, I've developed these signal markers to let me know when various aspects of the trading rules, and I use the word rules because that's what how IRT talks about them, trading rules, and that's what these are, trading rules. So that's why I use that terminology. I certainly don't think they're anybody's rules, but they are mine. So just a quick overview. The way this works is I determined what structured trade I wanted to vet and the specific rules to validate an entry for that or those trades. And I chose the initial balance trades, of which there are, two. There's an initial balance continuation and initial balance failure at both the IB and the initial balance high and the initial balance low. So that's 4 opportunities to trade. 2 that are in the, when we're in a directional market, and 2 when we are in a rotational market. So I thought that was a good idea. The rules I came up with are specifically coded within this system. And I have also created custom indicators on this chart over here to replicate exactly those rules, those levels. In other words, here's the continuation zone, here's the trigger zones, here's the pullback zone. Okay, and those are stipulated in the system when it's trading it over here in the trading rules. And then there's there are the trade management elements, which are 2-lot, risk neutral, 12-tick stop, 12-tick target, et cetera, like I set up in the multi-brackets on the Bookmap. And after that's the case, then we can I can watch it trade out, and we watch it here in the stream every day, trade out through the day. If you, let's see something here. This is how when a trade is taken, this is how it's graphed or plotted. Entry, this means positive, red is negative. This is the stop. Now I've turned the stops on and the targets and the T2 target on here because I wanted to make sure that, visually confirm that these things are doing what I expect them to do. And in this case, I'm testing trailing stop at a certain point. So usually I leave those off just for sake of watching things, less clutter on the screen, because, for example, now you get these red and green and lines over here, and you go, what's all this about? Or at least I do. Okay, so the way the backtesting works, after I have decided what rules there are and how those specific rules are applied. In other words, this bar right here breached the initial balance high, and for the purposes of the basic statistic, you could say that was it. But for my trading system, that is not it, because my trading system needs to have price moving in a direction consistently. Here we had bar, up bar, up bar, up bar, down bar. Okay, no A. So then we go up bar, which is the signal bar, and we get the signal. That's those little nuances. The same thing up here. We get a B when price penetrates and closes the continuation zone, and so on. So after all of those nuances and those criteria are established and coded, one thing that you need to do if you're going to try to do this in IRT yourself, which is I would hardly recommend unless you're a good Python person or something, or C++ or whatever else. You have to code each and every rule for each possibility. In other words, there has to be a rule for long, IB high long. There has to be a rule for IB low, high short, and vice versa. It's not like multi-brackets in Bookmap where you can say I want to have a 12-tick stop and a 12-tick T1 and a 48-tick T2, and the system knows which way you've taken the trade, which way the market's moving. You have to stipulate that here in every specific rule when you're backtesting. And then you determine the number of days and all the statistics you want to do with the backtest. Let's look at 500 days. And the reports that you are interested in seeing. Then you can backtest that. And what the system, the computer, will go through every bar, every 1 minute bar in every RTH trading session, because I stipulated, I'm sorry I didn't point that out, I stipulated the RTH session only. It will go back 500 days in every RTH session for the last 500 days and evaluate every one of these rules against every 1 minute bar. Trade them or not. Now imagine how long that would take you if you tried to do that yourself manually. I tried to do it back a month and I couldn't. First of all, I couldn't get accurate enough because I found myself with, human nature and monkey boy kicking in. Wow, this is close enough, or that's close enough, or I would have, did this bar satisfy it, or is it this bar that satisfies it? And you need to make sure when you're doing when you're vetting a setup or finding statistics, that all parameters are absolutely identical. Otherwise, that specific trade can't be included in the data set. So enough, suffice to say, for me to look back 500 trading days and do that over every 1 minute bar was just, I thought, stupid, and completely out of the question. Here's what happens when you backtest it with a system. There you are. Took 8 seconds. 8 seconds for the computer to go evaluate every one of those rules over every 1 minute bar back 498 days. And that happens to be 223,283 1 minute bars. It's not even remotely close how much more accurate and functional this system is, to do it this way. Now, it doesn't like doing stuff in the live market very much, like these things here, because there we go. So what is that data? Well, 498 days from the January 11th, 2024 through the 12th of January, 2026. What's the outcome? Well, it's a net profit of $24,230. There's 1,151 trades, 578 long, 573 short. All the other, many other parameters down here. This list goes on forever. And on the more specific side of life, there's 780 winning trades, 222 losing trades. Average winners 34.71 and average losers 12.82. It's a 2.71 risk reward and a 67% win rate. 37 consecutive winners in a row, 6 consecutive losers. Now that's a back test. You can hang your hat on that. And what I've taken in one other step here. Now this is an example of the bunch of recent ones I've done. over the weekend, but it's essentially the same, the same exact idea. Here is instrument, periodicity, stop, T1, T2. In the case of that we just back tested, it's right here. It's 12 T1, 48 tick T2. There's 2 contracts. When we achieve 12 ticks, or T1 in this case, it brings the trails to stop up to break even or to entry. Yesterday when I was doing these, it's 495 trades, 1,108, 750, 35, 210, 15, 74 win rate, 25 loss rate. The expectancy, very important parameter, much more important than win rate. Win rate is just internet bullshit. It's clickbait taken by itself. You can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades. It's your risk reward and your R factor, your risk reward, and then profit factor. Those win rate, loss rate, and average winner, average loser are part and parcel of the formula for expectancy. So that's what you can expect on every trade. And that's the total profit. Now you have a vetted system that you can look back or trade confidently and know what to expect. And a lot of things can be figured into that. If you're in a losing streak and you've had 6 losses in a row, 6 stops in a row, do you scrap the system and start over? Absolutely not. Because you already know that over 500 days you had 9 consecutive stops in a row. So these are things you need to take into consideration during your homework and your back testing in your study period, and determine what you're going to do and how you're going to do it to approach the system. And these 21 days up here is December. So that's the reason for that. So I've done that. I've done the back testing, and I've determined my expectancy. Oh, this is something else I forgot to point out. Not only can you see all of those metrics that you need to have, come on, you can look back at each and every one of the 1,100 and however many it was trades, time, entry type, exit type, and result in dollars and cents. Now, Bookmap, IRT calculates everything in dollars or currency. I prefer ticks, but this was built long ago by Chad, the basics, and so I'm not going to argue with him. I know what's easy to convert. I know that. And there's every trade over 495 trades. There's every single one of them, and the results, entry price, cover, exit price, everything. That is vetting a trade correctly. All right, so we're going to have, I'll do the recap at the bottom of the hour. And then we have the market on close and balance at 1450. And the stream then will be brought to an end as it does every trading day at 1500. And it's completely transparent and accountable. You can go back at any point in time and have a look. And I also keep a pretty detailed chapter markers, which I am put into the description after the stream. And once there's 1,000 subscribers, there'll be YouTube actually puts those chapter markers into the stream timeline. So that'd be pretty great. And there you go. That is the back testing. And we're not going to get anything, and I wouldn't have a trade now if it was, that'd be stupid. These end of day rules down here, when it reaches the end of day as that I have predetermined, which in this case is 1430, it closes off the trade. can set it for whatever I want. That's how it works. And I think it's a good system, and I'm approaching this as a business, and it is my methodology. So, however you do yours is super. I share mine openly and completely, transparently. So, drop your stuff into the chat. And there you go. I think I said this before, but I'm waiting for a text back as a precursor or a heads up for a returning phone call from the insurance government people. And let's hope it happens after 3 and the stream's closed down. But if for some reason it occurs between now and 3, I'll have to just mute off. And thanks for dropping by the stream. Get that out of the way now. Remember that you're the most important piece of equipment you've got in your trading office, so you need to be real careful and take good care of it. Your eyes process all the data. Your brain processes the signals, and that's what really works. All the time and money we spend on, monitors and curve this and DPI that and software and indicators and everything is all useless if you're not working properly. You need to be hydrated, well rested, not on emotional tilt. That's a really big one, because that just gives a monkey boy a free rein, So that's real important, in my opinion. Oh, I think I was muted for a period of that time. No, I hope not. Just a quick recap. There's our day. Juice. Investing.com. I'm not sure when that was muted, so sorry if I was muted early on at the pre-market or the recap. But just quickly again, we've got some time here. This is I don't like the new format, particularly on investing.com. They've stretched this all wider and they've put all these ads every different place, but I guess that's up to them. You can, as I said, we've got the CPI tomorrow, so there's going to be an elevated margin requirement until after the report. From the open tonight at 1700 of the ETH session, there will be an elevated margin requirements until after CPI, and then the next day the same with PPI. So we're getting back to normal stuff. I hope the integrity and the authenticity of the reporting and the I guess the reporting and the numbers and those things that are associated with the markets come back to the standards we have been used to. If not, I don't know what's going to happen. Keep your eyes peeled from now on. Trump's doing something. And then he's going to do something else at 1500. So I don't know, but whatever it is, so many crazy things going on. going to take over a piece of a country that has been part of that country for 500 years. It's just amazing. I find it so strange what they're doing. It seems like they're trying to push the limits to see how far they can go before something happens. I don't know. Pretty surprising to me. Pretty surprising to me. And 30 seconds for the market on close imbalance. Let's see what the market does over here. Be real interesting to watch what happens with the overnight, the ETH, with this close on the highs. And there we have it. Not much, but a little bit. It used to be a pretty big event. I guess there's so much going on all the time. It's just, people are numb by it. And there we are. Sell side across the board, 418 million, 767 million, 524 million, 755 million. Mag 7, Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500. So there you have it. All right. That's been a disappointing day to me, that's for sure. I would have been pretty tickled had I gotten that signal or gotten that extra tick early on. Right there, actually. And that would have been a nice ride for about 25, 30 handles. So there you go. The joy of trading. So get yourself away from the screens after the close here and rest up, do your homework, analyze what kind of stop parameters you can have for your risk account and for your account risk, and be sure you, if you're trading with a broker live account, that you make sure they don't jack up the margin requirements on you. I mean, if you didn't know that, and you know the RTH opens quietly, everything you put on a trade 12 hours or more before the before the report tomorrow morning, you're going to get a margin call. Simple as that. That can be pretty devastating. All right, well, now I stand around and wait for some person from the government to give me a text, and then a pretty good system though. When I called, it said, they said your wait time is more than 120 minutes. So if you choose, you know, a specific number on the keyboard, they will send a text before, a heads up, and then call you back when somebody's available. So we'll see what happens. I've never tried that before. Be standing around here listening to lousy hold music though, for sure. So have a great night, and I'll be on the side waiting for that 1500. We've got 7.5 minutes. They get this closing swing trade going into the close here. Be kind of amazing if we don't get continuation in the ETH. Minute and a half. Thanks for breezing through. Smack a thumbs up and a sub, and that'd be a big help. Drop something in the chat. That's always great. All right, 30 seconds. And there we have it, 1500. Have a great evening. Remember to check if your margin requirements have been increased this evening. And I'll look forward to seeing you at 8 o'clock in the morning. Have a good one.